behind the adjustments offensively last night?
Well, I think Hamana's really, had an on-base percentage that's, almost 500. He's walking, he's getting hit with pitches, and he's getting some good ABs, and if you can bat him in front of Ben and Elijah, he should get some good pitches to hit. He's very selective at the plate, provides speed at the top of the lineup. So somebody for Ben and Elijah and Christian, to knock in.
And so facing a lefty today, as far as lineup goes, you like to play the platoon matchup. Lineup going to look similar to last night?
Not really. Okay. I know he scored 6 runs. It seemed tough at times. There's some guys that are scuffling a little bit. So we'll try a couple of new things tonight.
On the other side, we'll preview tonight's game.
IU Pat District Council 50 is proud to represent Hawaii's union painters, drywall finishers, glazers, and floor covering professionals. Our members build, protect, and beautify Hawaii every single day with skill, pride, and aloha. We provide industry-leading training, strong wages, great benefits, and a clear path to success. If you are ready for a better career and a brighter future, join IU Pat District Council 50 today. Build your future, build Hawaii. For more details, go to dc50.org.
Aloha, Kanoa Leahy here. I want to tell you about a special Kama'aina company I love, Kahala, the original Aloha shirt since 1936. Locally owned and operated in Honolulu, Kahala has been crafting iconic Aloha shirts for generations. To celebrate 90 years of Aloha in 2026, Kahala will be releasing limited edition shirts honoring each decade, from the 1930s to the 2020s. They look great and feel even better. Support local and check them out online at kahala.com, on Instagram at Kahala, or at one of their 6 locations island-wide.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Our water originates atop the Mauna Loa volcano as rain and snow melt, filtering through thousands of feet of porous volcanic rock and re-emerging at the surface as refreshingly crisp, naturally alkaline water. Learn more at waiakea.com and find us at most stores across the islands. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Hey, what you doing in the tree?
Oh, Jenna installed this photovoltaic on the roof. Then the ladder fell. Bro, I had to go bathroom, so I tried climbing down this tree. No, I stuck.
I don't think that's what they meant by go green.
Yeah, brother. Just help me get down.
If you want your PV system installed right, call a unionized electrical contractor today at 847-5341.
IBEW Local 1186, lighting your path to the future.
Welcome back to the Dugout with Coach Rich Hill. And so again, going forward through this weekend, you're going to face a tough lefty tonight.
Yeah.
As far as how to attack a lefty like that, I mean, Ball State, new opponent for the University of Hawaii. But again, a very well-coached team, a coach who's been coaching for a very, very long time. So what are some of your thoughts going into game 2?
Well, there's so much out there now as far as feedback, scouting, so we can see video, on all of our pitchers that we're going to face and, what they show in certain counts, et cetera. So our guys, have a good look. They can visualize. But this guy's got 3 pitches for strikes, comes from kind of a funky arm angle, kind of 3/4. Lefties have gotten a good look at him this year. He had a rough outing last weekend, but he's their ace, and he's got a lot of innings over the past 3 years. So he's not going to be scared in this environment. Very tough task for us.
And for you guys tonight, Hekili Robello going in game number 2. And so 2 very good starts so far. Mm-hmm. Is it just kind of same old for Hekili today?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing really changes. We feel like he should be getting better, with every start. The more that he becomes confident and comfortable at the Division I level, the more that he'll be able to execute. But pretty good 1-2 punch with Isaiah and Hekili. You feel really good about it. And I mentioned there, we're going to have a tough time with their guy, and they're saying the same thing over in that dugout. So it'll be a great matchup tonight.
And bullpen, you used just one guy last night, so bullpen completely rested for the weekend, and so all hands on deck for the rest of the weekend.
Yep, absolutely. We used Tomi'i late like that because he can bounce back the best. He's got that rubber arm. He came in here, got 2 outs. He's ready to go, as well as Al Kyer at the end of the game, Grant Garman. To follow Hekili. So we're in really good shape with our pen.
Sounds good. Thank you, Coach.
All right, aloha and shoo.
This has been the Rich Hill Show, brought to you by IUPAC DC50, representing painters, tapers, glazers, and floor layers in Hawaii. Rainbow Warrior Countdown continues next.
IUPAT District Council 50 is proud to represent Hawaii's union painters, drywall finishers, glazers, and floor covering professionals. Our members build, protect, and beautify Hawaii every single day with skill, pride, and aloha. We provide industry-leading training, strong wages, great benefits, and a clear path to success. If you are ready for a better career and a brighter future, join IUPAT District Council 50 today. Build your future, build Hawaii. For more details, go to dc50.org.
Kimo, hey, you all set?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay then, let's do this.
I like this place.
Yeah, Hawaiian Financial FCU feels local.
They feel right. I can do this.
Graduation, a big step forward. So is making sure your graduate is set up for the real world. That's why local families choose Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union. Friendly service, trusted support, and help setting your kid up for what's next. Hawaiian Financial. Together starts here for life. Membership open to Oahu and Maui residents. Federally insured by NCUA.
While Hawaii's public employees were hard at work, politicians in Washington handed billionaires massive tax breaks. Now Hawaii lawmakers may need to cut essential public services to cover the shortfall. That could mean inadequate food safety protections, fewer health services, and weakened public safety. When Hawaii calls, who will be there to answer? Tell your lawmakers, protect Hawaii's vital public services. A message from HGEA.
At Fort Ruger Market, they fit in your everyday lifestyle. If it's spam musubis or mini bentos for the youth game, or takeout family meals for the busy parent, Fort Ruger Market is there with the delicious plate lunch and poke. With everyday 10% discounts for firefighters, EMS, and law enforcement, or Military Mondays and Senior Tuesdays 60 and over. Fort Ruger Market. You bring the family, they'll bring the food.
This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
And good evening, baseball fans. Welcome to Les Murakami Stadium. It is the game 2 of this Ball State home series here on CBS 1500. Dave Kawada, along with former Rainbow Warrior Harry Kuroda. And when you're talking with Coach Hill in the pregame, you know, he talked about the pitching matchup and how the fact that the bullpen is really rested coming into this game.
Yeah, these 4-game series are sometimes really, really tough on that pitching staff, right? If you don't have a deep bullpen, sometimes it can be a little bit, right? When you have 36 innings to cover, sometimes it's a bit of a chore. And so, yeah, I think the bullpen is well rested. Big thanks to Isaiah Magdaleno tonight, 8 1/3 innings pitched. And so he had a very special night on a Thursday.
And based on your perspective, do you think Hekili Rabella, who'll take the mound today, kind of has secured that number 2 spot?
Yeah, I think so. I think he definitely has, especially after Isaiah Magdaleno. Very similar stuff, but Hekili Rabella with a little bit better velocity. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what his second start looks like tonight.
All right, it'll be Hawaii Ball State game 2. We'll take a timeout for the national anthem and Hawaii Pono'i. And back for the opening lineups. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods, always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Ukea Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
This place they call paradise, I call my home. Best to be born and raised local ground.
With hotels, condo resorts, and vacation rentals on 5 Hawaiian islands, Castle Resorts and Hotels is a Kama'aina favorite. When you need a place to stay to attend a tournament, family function, or a golf getaway, visit castleresorts.com for special Kama'aina rates.
H-A-W-A, 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 there ain't no other place like these islands.
Castle Resorts and Hotels. Born in Hawaii, built on hospitality. Inspired by Aloha.
Hawaii. There ain't no other place like these islands.
In the automotive industry, time and trust mean everything. Miss an electrical problem, and it can mean big problems for your operation. That's why Napa believes in testing the 5 critical components in every vehicle: the battery, starter, alternator, relay, and serpentine belt. And why we deliver the parts, tools, and expertise you need to catch problems before they become breakdowns. So test every vehicle and trust the name that keeps your bays busy and your business moving full speed ahead.
Napa know-how.
Not all filters are created equal. That's why pros choose Napa Gold. Filters built for performance, protection, and reliability. Every Napa Gold filter is engineered to meet or exceed OE specifications, delivering the quality and confidence your shop depends on while preventing costly comebacks. Raise the bar in your shop with the filters trusted by professionals and drivers who expect more. Napa Gold, the gold standard in every vehicle.
Napa know-how.
Abby Carpet and Floor introduces the newest waterproof flooring for Hawaii, Opulux. It's a waterproof laminate that's ideal for local living. With our busy lifestyles, it's very easy to keep clean. It's durable and also scratch resistant, perfect for homes with kids and pets. Visit their showroom at 560 North Nimitz Highway and see the waterproof Opulux laminate from Abby Carpet and Floor.
This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Welcome back. Almost ready for the opening pitch here. Hawaii taking on Ball State. Hawaii getting the victory last night, 6-1. Their record is now 5-3 overall. Ball State is at 6-3. Ball State now is at 4-4. And let's go right into the keys to the game, brought to you by the Hawaii Ford dealers. Harry, what do you think will be kind of the impetus for tonight?
I think offensively, right? I think we know what to expect from Hekili Robelo. He's going to fill up the strike zone. And because we saw it last night, right, I thought Hawaii offensively got going because they had good momentum and good rhythm. And that was due to, I think, Isaiah Magdaleno. He was on and off very, very quickly in his innings. And so if Hekili Robelo pitches very, very similar, right, he attacks the zone, he gets a lot of swing and miss. And so, again, if they can find that rhythm again, I think offensively we're going to see a very, very similar game to last night.
Let's give you the batting lineup here tonight, brought to you by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. So it'll be for Ball State. Leading off will be Gavin Balius, the center fielder, followed by Ryan Musler at third base. Batting third will be Brett Griffiths, playing short. Jacob Gillis at first base is the cleanup hitter. Batting fifth will be Jack Backus, the designated hitter. In the sixth hole will be Preston Murphy, the catcher. Batting seventh will be Charlie Keller, playing right field. Batting eighth, Tabor Stokes, the second baseman. And batting ninth will be Kendrick Syracuse, playing left field. And Hawaii will have on the defensive side, they'll have behind the plate Jake Redding, the infield going right to left. At first, Ben Ziegler-Namoa. At second, Noah Rodriguez. Elijah Iquez at short. And Tino Bethencourt playing third. The outfield from left to right will be Draven Nushida, Kamana Nahaku, and Christian Hoffman. And on the mound will be Hekili Robelo. And Harry, at this point, we're still kind of early, and I know Rich Hill is kind of still tweaking the lineup. As you mentioned, as you talked about in the pregame show with Coach Hill, he tweaked the batting lineup in yesterday's game. But it seemed like some spots here seem to be kind of solid as far as the defensive side of things.
Yeah, so we're going to see his first start. We're going to see, Noah Rodriguez at second base. Last night we saw Cody Watanabe, and so it's going to be interesting to see Noah Rodriguez and see what he's got. He's hitting 500, 1 for 2 on the season. But again, being that Johnson for Ball State is a left-handed pitcher, they're going to try and stack righty. So at the bottom of Hawaii's order, you're going to reinsert Manalau Kong at designated hitter. Tino Bethencourt, who played primarily third base at San Diego State prior to coming to Hawaii. He's at third base today. And then Noah Rodriguez at second. So going to be interesting to see offensively, to see if they can recapture some of that momentum last night.
Seems like Ben Ziegler-Namoa doing very well at the plate. He's got kind of locked at first base. What do you think about Jake Redding so far behind the plate?
pleasant surprise. We love the offense. People always say that if you can have a catcher that's hitting 250 and plays very good defense, that's exactly what Christian Hoffman is. He's hitting. Jake Redding. He's hitting 258 on the season, and so again, the offense is very, very nice to see. But 0 pass balls through 9 games, so that's a very, very special backstop for Hawaii and a really good get from junior college.
And I believe Tino Bethencourt at third, so that's going to be a new player out at personnel. That's kind of the exciting part of these early seasons in the start of a baseball season, as you see the different players out there, especially new faces, new players at different positions, to kind of not only see what they got, but you get to see them play, and you can see how they perform not only at the plate but on the field. That's always kind of exciting for me in the early part.
Yeah, and I think this is part of mid-major sports nowadays, right, is that you have high turnover. You see a lot of these new faces every single year. This year, Hawaii has 26 new faces. Last year, they had 27, so very similar to the type of feel, and I'm sure it happens in a lot of mid-majors in all sports.
I always thought, overall, prior to this transfer portal age, was that baseball always had the challenge of turnover with the roster because you had the draft. You could be recruiting, especially if you're recruiting. You could be recruiting this great high school kid, but they could be drafted and gone.
Yep.
And then your players are draft eligible after their junior year. So most of anyone that's good, they're gone after 3 years. So prior to, even in the regular good old days, if you will, baseball, college baseball, to me had more stuff going on. But then now you had the portal. It's almost like baseball has an edge, I think.
It does, and especially in Power Fours, right? I think a lot of times you look at Division I baseball, you see a lot of recruiting out of junior college, right? Yep. You're basically seeing smaller Division I programs being junior colleges for the Power Four, and so again, fortunately though for Hawaii in the last 4 years, the transfer portal has really only helped them. And again, that's a credit to Coach Hill and his staff and being able to identify talent.
And it's one of those things where I think Coach Hill, he's one of those, he's an older by age coach, but he's also one of those that he will adapt probably really quick as to how it is to stay competitive.
Well, if you were to talk to him, he is definitely not an older guy.
That's right.
A lot of energy, a lot of gumption. And so, and a lot of gamesmanship from number 10 over there in Hawaii's dugout, right? He's a game manager, and again, he's very, very good at being a player coach.
So Hakili Rubello on the mound, taking up some of the warm-up pitches now as they're getting ready for first pitch. 6'5", 220-pounder right-handed pitcher, and I've asked you before the advantages of being that big on the mound for a pitcher.
It is an advantage, but because Hakili Rubello has that little bit of that lower arm slot, it's a tough look, right? It's a look where you're thinking that ball is going to be extremely tilt down, but again, because of that arm slot, the ball has a lot of horizontal movement, and it's 90 to 93, so it's a tough at bat.
And I always think about that release point just a little bit closer to home plate than, let's say, if you're 5'6" or something like that.
And so for righties, right, sometimes that ball feels like it's coming behind you, right, because you have all of these limbs coming at you, and then the arm action looks like that ball is starting at your front hip. And so, again, very uncomfortable at bat for right-handed hitters against Hakili Rubello.
So moments away from first pitcher. Weather looking so-so, maybe typical for a Manoa night. Slight clouds in the sky, although it is clear at the moment. No drops. Potentially we can see a little bit of mist. Wind blowing its typical left to right field as the trees are in that permanent slant over from left to right. Hawaii in their green jerseys with green caps and white pants, and it'll be Ball State in their road grays, and it's going to be Gavin Balius coming up as leadoff playing center field tonight. And Hawaii, again, coming off a 6-1 win last night and a good, solid performance, wants to take game number 2 going into the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, Isaiah Magdaleno with Big West Player of the Week type of start last night. And so, yeah, Gavin Bayless, we were talking about first time that he got thrown out, caught stealing last night. He is 12 for 13, so he's kind of the guy that makes this offense go.
And the first pitch to Bayless is in for a strike, 0-1.
Good-looking two-seam fastball coming back and catching that outside corner.
Bayless batting .379 from the right side, a senior. And the 0-1 pitch is popped short to first base. And easily for Ben Ziegler Namoa to walk it over to first for the first out.
Yeah, again, because of that run, comeback two-seam fastball, kind of right on the hands of Bayless, and the easy out over to first for Ben Ziegler Namoa.
So because on here on Lower Campus, we do have multiple activities going. You got a volleyball game against BYU. You got softball tournament going on. The Zone 20 parking is almost full, so you may want to consider, if you're still heading out here, to alternate parking in the upper campus. Just enter through the east-west road or by Miley Way. So consider alternate parking if you're still heading out to campus. 0-1 count to the next batter, Ryan Musler, and that's a fly ball in the left center field, and moving over and catching it is Kamana Nahaku for the second out.
And we're talking about how, hey, Keely Robello, part of his game is he is an extreme strike thrower. All 4 pitches so far, all strikes.
So 2 up, 2 down for Robello, and here comes the third batter in the inning in the top of the first, Brett Griffiths. The shortstop tonight. Griffiths batting .355 on the season. And he's also a right-handed batter. Swing and a miss, strike 1.
Good-looking curveball. Griffiths swinging right over that first one. Looks like they're trying to ambush Robello very, very early, just like how they did against Magdaleno last night.
The 0-1. And that's in, just missing for a ball, 1-1.
Just missing the bottom part of the strike zone with that sinking two-seam fastball.
And Robello now with the 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the first. Off speed, gets in for a strike, 1-2 the count.
And that's that pitch, right? We're talking about how sometimes it feels like that ball is starting at your helmet or sometimes it's starting at your back, but then darts over and catches that inside corner.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And 3 up, 3 down for Robello. And we go to the bottom of the first. No score. Hawaii coming up. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
Aloha, Kanoa Leahy here. I want to tell you about a special Kama'aina company I love, Kahala, the original Aloha shirt since 1936. Locally owned and operated in Honolulu, Kahala has been crafting iconic Aloha shirts for generations. To celebrate 90 years of Aloha in 2026, Kahala will be releasing limited edition shirts honoring each decade, from the 1930s to the 2020s. They look great and feel even better. Support local and check them out online at kahala.com, on Instagram at Kahala, or at one of their 6 locations island-wide.
Aloha from Waiakea. As a proud corporate sponsor of University of Hawaii Athletics, we're committed to keeping our athletes and fans hydrated with delicious volcanic water straight from the Big Island. Rooted in Hawaiian values, we believe in honoring the Aina, land, supporting our community, and living with aloha in everything we do. You can find us at most stores across the islands or learn more at waiakea.com. Live aloha, drink Waiakea.
Aloha, this is Stan Maiona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Bottom of the first now, Hawaii coming up for their first offensive set. Let's give you their batting order, brought to you by Dial Electric Supply. They see the light. Leading off will be Kamana Nahaku in center field, followed by Ben Ziegler Namoa playing first base. Elijah Ike is batting third, playing short. The cleanup hitter will be Jake Redding, the catcher. Batting fifth, Christian Hoffman playing right field. Batting sixth, Draven Nushida in left field. The designated hitter batting seventh will be Mana Lau Kong. Batting eighth, Tino Bethencourt playing third base. And batting ninth, Noah Rodriguez playing second base. For defensively for Ball State, in the infield right to left at first base, Jacob Gillis. Tabor Stokes at second, Brett Griffiths at short, and Ryan Musler at third base. The catcher will be Preston Murphy. In the outfield, left to right, Kendrick Syracuse, center fielder Gavin Balius, and right fielder Charlie Kellner. And on the mound, Keegan Johnson, a left-hander, 8.64 ERA in his third appearance, but I believe his first start of the season. So we're gonna see what he's got here in this Manoa setting here at Les Murakami Stadium as Kamana Nahaku comes to the plate. Right-handed batter for the first bat of this game. Nahaku hitting .318. And here comes the first pitch. And that misses for a ball, 1-0.
Nahaku in his first game on top of Hawaii's lineup got on base all 4 times, scored 2 runs. So definitely being that spark plug atop Hawaii's lineup.
Yeah, 531 on base percentage. 1-0. That's in for a strike. 1-1 the count to Nahako, to be followed by Ben Ziegler Namoa.
Keegan Johnson on the season so far, 8 innings pitched, 3 walks, so pretty good strike thrower. Does not strike out a whole lot of guys. 5 strikeouts in 8 innings, excuse me.
And his next pitch in for a strike, 1-2.
And so Kamana doing a good job when he gets into a hole, having himself a tough AB, spoiling a lot of pitches.
So the 1-2 count from the left-hander Johnson. That's a bit high for a ball. Evens out the count, 2-2.
And that's a good take off of that first low curveball. A lot of times that elevated fastball looks very, very good to hit.
Johnson, another solidly built pitcher, 6'3", 210-pound junior out of Frederick, Maryland. And the next pitch is fouled off. Count remains 2-2. I always think about the intimidation factor too, right? That a pitcher can have by pure physical presence.
I mean, I think college baseball now is just a much more physical game. I mean, you don't see a lot of 5'7" right-handers like myself playing college baseball right now, especially at the Division I level.
The 2-2 pitch. And that slap foul to over our right shoulder and onto the floor.
And I was talking to Coach Keith Zuniga during pregame, right? And that's why it's so fun to see a guy like Tsubasa Tomi, right? I mean, the guy is, I think he's listed as 5'8", but I think he's really, 5'6". And so, again, everything that he does, it's fun. And so you're just a little ball of energy.
I think they gave the height with cleats.
Yeah, exactly.
The 2-2 pitch to Nahaku. And that's ripped toward left field, but it's going to angle foul and go right toward the Aloha deck just past the Hawaii batting cage. So the count still 2-2 to the leadoff hitter Nahaku here in the bottom of the first inning. No score by Ball State. Hawaii with their first offensive set, but Nahaku battling there at the plate right now, 2-2. No outs. Johnson from the stretch. And the pitch. And that's very high. Check swing. They look down the first base line, but it is not a swing. So the count now full, 3-2.
And again, like I was saying earlier, even though he gets himself into a little bit of a deficit, still hanging tough and working this full count.
So the full count pitch here to Nahaku. The pitch outside, ball 4, and Nahaku, as he has done, gets on base for the first base runner for Hawaii.
And I think that's one of those things that just comes with age. Ben Ziegler Namoa, who is coming to the plate right now, again, older guys, they just understand the strike zone when they're at the plate.
Officials for today's game: at first base, Rob McKinley; at third base, Jeff Clough; and behind the plate will be Travis Roberts. Now, runner at first in Nahaku for Hawaii here in the bottom of the first, no outs. And Ben Ziegler Namoa at the plate, hitting from the left side. Ziegler Namoa batting .333. Trying to move Nahaku over. And the first pitch from Johnson is high, ball 1.
And did get out the boomstick last night, hitting his first home run of the season.
And congratulations to the senior from Maui. On base percentage, by the way, .447. So very good as that as well. Throw over to first. Kind of a lazy throw in time is Nahaku. Want to know the count to Ziegler Namoa. On deck, Elijah Iquez, the shortstop. Runner at first base. No outs here in the bottom of the first. No score as yet, although Hawaii has a runner at first. The pitch, and that slap foul toward over the Hawaii dugout. Count now 1-1.
Ben Ziegler Namoa hitting .200 even on the year against left-handed hitters, 2 for 10.
And indeed facing a left-hander here in Johnson, as Johnson now looking over at first base and will make the move and throw over to first base. Nahaku easily back in time. Not that big of a lead by Nahaku over at first base either.
And just got word from Baseball SID Darren Iha, parking structure now closed. Additional parking available on upper campus. Enter through East-West Road or Miley Way.
Now, have patience, folks, if you're on your way to lower campus. As the pitch. And that misses ball 2. 2-1. Again, 3 events going on tonight. You got the volleyball game over at Stan Sheriff Center, Hawaii, taking on BYU. We got the baseball game here and a softball tournament. Rainbow Wahine playing just across the street. Count is 2-1. Runner at first base, no out. Here in the bottom of the first. The pitch. And it's a high foul ball nearing the Rainbow dugout. Making a play is the catcher, Murphy, but it's going to go out of play. Count is 2-2 now to Ziegler Namor.
And again, left-on-left matchup is real tough. But again, Ziegler Namor, overall, a very good left-handed hitter against left-handed pitching. But again, that's one of those things that just comes with experience and comes with seeing all of the tough lefties that you see in the Big West.
So here comes the 2-2 pitch. Runner still at first base in Nahaku. Got there on a walk. The pitch. And that's hit into center field. Going back, the center fielder, Balius, near the warning track, takes a step up, makes the catch, tagging and running over to second, and he'll beat the throw is Nahaku, safe at second. So Namor with a sacrifice fly moves Nahaku over to second base.
And that is heads-up base running right there. I saw Coach Tuig over there at first base kind of get into the ear of Kamana Nahaku saying, hey, it might be a little bit deep, so maybe take a shot.
It was a deep fly, just maybe a couple of steps in front of the warning track out there in right center field. So the next batter up will be Elijah Iquez with 1 out now for Hawaii. But Nahaku in scoring position at second base here in the bottom of the first inning. 1 out for Hawaii. Iquez at the plate, hitting from the right side. Iquez hitting .267. And the pitch, high, ball 1. On deck, Jake Redding, the catcher, batting cleanup.
.267 on the season, but .571 against left-handed hitter, against left-handed pitching, excuse me.
So advantage Iquez here in this matchup, hopefully. 1-0 the count. Runner at second base, 1 out.
Sample size still small, 4 for 7. But still, you like the left-right matchup.
The pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1.
Seemed like Iquez was sitting off speed on that. A little bit of a late swing against that fastball.
So 1-1 the count to Iquez. Runner at second base, 1 out. Here in the bottom of the first, no score. Hawaii threatening. The pitch, runner's going. Throw over to third base. Diving in time and stealing third base is Nahaku.
And that is Nahaku's 5th stolen base on the season.
And the pitch was a ball, so the count is 2-1 to Iquez. Nahaku has really done a little bit of a base running clinic here as he now moves over to third base here with 1 out. Iquez ready at the plate for Johnson. The pitch. That misses low, ball 3. So 3-1. The count to Iquez. Johnson in danger of having a runner at the corners with only 1 out.
Well, the book will kind of tell you that because of the mismatch at the plate, maybe it's not a worse idea to walk him here.
Johnson from the stretch, 3-1. Hit high into right field. Right there is Keller. Tagging at third is Nahaku. He makes a beat down to home. The throw will not be in time, and the throw goes to the side of the catcher anyway, and scoring from third base is Nahaku. It is 1-0 Hawaii here in the bottom of the first inning.
Textbook Hawaii baseball right there. Get the leadoff runner on, advance him any way you can, and then sac fly, get him in.
And Hawaii with an early lead, and coming to the plate, the cleanup hitter, Jake Redding, the catcher. And like you said, Harry, Redding, good offensively for a catcher, hitting .258 with a slugging percentage of .355. The pitch. That's high, ball 1.
Again, but I think the value that Jake Redding brings to Hawaii is his defense behind home plate.
Like you said, no pass balls. The 1-0 pitch. That gets in for a strike. 1-1 the count to Redding.
And that was a big sticking point last year for Hawaii with the catcher position. I mean, it was just a carousel of a mix of different guys, but they just could not keep the ball in front of them.
1-1 the count to the catcher, Redding. And that slap foul toward the Ball State dugout. Count is now 1-2.
And it's a really good approach from Redding, right? A lot of his power going to right field, and so he's able to kind of wait for a lot of those slower breaking ball and the tough off-speed pitches, and he's still able to serve them out to right field.
So 1-2 now. The count to Redding. Christian Hoffman on deck. The pitch gets through the catcher. No issue there. There's no base runners on. So now the count evens up 2-2.
Yeah, just right through the wickets of the catcher and the umpire.
The wickets.
Yeah,
I like that.
Taking some cricket terminology.
The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs, and that's fouled on the first base side. Count stays 2-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, but Hawaii gets a run in. They're leading 1-0.
And even on that pitch too, right? That was a jackknife fastball kind of inside on the hands. So again, because Redding is able to cover the plate and wait for that pitch for so long, he's able to still kind of fight that pitch off.
Let's see if he can continue to fight or get this base hit with a 2-2 count, 2 outs. Johnson from the stretch, as he always, regardless of runners on base, swing and a miss. Strike 3. So Redding strikes out, but Hawaii gets a run across. They lead it 1-0. We go to the top of the second. 1-0 Hawaii. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
When pain gets in the way of everyday life, it affects more than how you move. It changes how you show up for your family and your life. At Queens Orthopedics and Spine, patients receive nationally recognized care and advanced treatments to help them recover faster with better outcomes. So you can enjoy morning walks, get back in the game, and move comfortably again. Because at Queens, recovery is about more than healing. It's about getting back to life. Learn more at queens.org/ortho.
Rainbow basketball season is here, and Hele's running full court press on savings. Save 25 cents per gallon on fuel every day when you download the Hele app. That's right, save 25 cents per gallon every single day with the Hele app. Plus, use your Hele Kama'aina rewards points for a refuel or a spam musubi. Whether you're courtside or watching from home, Hele's got the winning play. Download the app to redeem.
Hele on! This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
All right, Hawaii getting that run in the bottom of the first inning, and that run brought to you by Sports Stand Sporting Goods. It's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life. We go to the top of the second, and so far, Achille Rebello pitching well in that first inning. And as a pitcher, Harry, getting a run to have a lead to work with is always a nice little gift for the pitcher.
Yeah, and I think, again, kind of like Isaiah Magdaleno, I was talking about it in pregame, right, is that when you're able to kind of get clean innings, get your defense on and off the field quickly, they tend to score and they tend to have really, really good at-bats. So yeah, I mean, Achille Rebello, 8 pitches, 7 of them for strikes.
3 up, 3 down for the top of the first inning. Here in the top of the second, there's going to be the 4, 5, and 6 hitters coming up for Ball State. Jacob Gillies, Jack Backus, and Preston Murphy. So Gillies is now at the plate, the first baseman, hitting from the right side, and the first pitch is in for a strike.
Fastball in the outside corner, expertly located.
Gillies hitting .333, the junior right-handed batter. Takes the next pitch for a ball, 1-1.
Gillies did have a hit late last night in the 9th inning against Tsubasa Tomi'i. So one of the 3 hits that Ball State had.
And a timeout called by home plate umpire Travis Roberts.
It's going to be interesting. Hawaii doing a late, because by the rule, the engagement is eyes up to the pitcher.
Next pitch is fouled off.
And Hawaii delaying that kind of, they call it engagement, right? And so when you're able to pick your eyes up, that's when you know you're engaged. So typically the pitcher cannot start his motion until you engage. And so sometimes Hawaii will kind of delay that, wait until 8 seconds, and then combos kind of freeze them.
Next pitch in for a strike. Strike 3. Second strikeout for Hawaii pitcher Hekili Rebello. 1 out. And the next batter is Jack Backus, the designated hitter.
And so there is some gamesmanship now in the pitch clock era of college baseball.
So in other words, the pitcher is kind of making the batter wait.
Yep. And vice versa.
Swing and a miss. Strike 1.
Backus trying to go diamond head on that swing, kind of stepping into the bucket and trying to let that bat eat.
And he's got a bat that is glowing in the light, so you can really see that baby swing around. Next pitch misses for a ball.
And not missing by much right there, trying to target away to the left-handed hitting Backus. So missing by maybe a half a ball.
Rebello, 1-1. Next pitch misses for a ball, ball 2. I don't know if I've asked you this, as I get to only do these games as fill-ins, but your thoughts on the implementation of the pitch clock?
I think it's good. I think overall for pitchers,
ground ball on the first base side, but it's going to be foul, although Ben Ziegler-Demola is right there. So the count now 2-2.
And I think especially with Major League Baseball, I think it's helped tremendously. I think it's helped retain some eyeballs on a game. I think they've managed to shave off of 25 to 30 minutes off of a broadcast.
Right.
So now, especially now, they do a lot of these cutaways between innings.
The 2-2 ground ball again fouls on the first base side. Still 2-2 to Jack Backus here in the top of the second inning.
And defensively, Hawaii playing a super shift right now, playing their third baseman behind second base. Second baseman is played short right field.
Next pitch is high and outside. Ball 3, full count.
And like I was telling Tiff last night, sometimes as a pitcher, it's kind of jarring to see nobody standing at third base.
I can imagine. The full count pitch to Backus. And that is outside, ball 4. So the first walk given up by Rebello here for Hawaii, and the first base runner for Ball State.
And only the second walk in 13-plus innings.
Those kind of stats really are amazing if you think about it. I mean, I know it's a small sample size, it's kind of early, but still quite impressive.
Yeah, I if I can find the stat in front of me, I think something like Hekili Rebello walked 24 hitters in 171 innings in junior college.
Oh, my gosh. The next batter is Preston Murphy, by the way. And the pitch, ground ball to third. Right there is Bethencourt. Throw the second for 1. Over to first base. In time for the double play. So only 3 batters reach the plate because the double play ends the inning. Rebello gets a strikeout. It is still 1-0 Hawaii. We're at the bottom of the second. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
Live Safe Hawaii is the safety store. We're in the business of protecting people and giving them peace of mind. We provide you with the best, less lethal products on the market that give you the ability to defend yourselves against life's unexpected moments. Why choose Live Safe Hawaii, the safety store? Because we offer more benefits than any dealer in the country with 3 world leader safety brands to choose from. One store, most awarded in America. Find us at livesafehawaii.com.
You make family life look good. You balance a busy schedule and a budget. For you, a real look needs to be really convenient. So come to Fantastic Sam's Cut and Color and bring the kids. Our stylists can give you the hairstyles you want at an unbeatable value. And our happiness promise means your hairstyle happiness is guaranteed. Visit today. We'll get your family ready for tomorrow. Real salon experiences, real savings, real fantastic. Fantastic Sam's.
This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Last inning, Hawaii defense got the double play, which is brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. They got you covered. Dave Kawada along with Harry Kuroda. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Hawaii with the lead, 1-0. It's going to be the 5, 6, and 7 hitters coming up for Hawaii. Christian Hoffman, Draven Nushida, and Manalau Kong, the designated hitter. So a nice smooth inning-ending double play for Hawaii. And now you got Rebelo pitching well, the defense playing well. Hawaii already up by 1. Let's see if they can add on some more to extend this lead as Christian Hoffman comes to the plate.
And that's one thing that Hikili Rebelo does a really good job of because of that two-seam sinking fastball that's, anywhere between 90 and 93. Because it darts to the bottom of the zone, a lot of ground balls can be generated.
So Hoffman at the plate, batting .294 from the left side. A rip grounder gets away from the first baseman Gillis. Throw over to first to the covering pitcher Johnson is in time, and a good play by second baseman Tabor Stokes to pick up that errant ball and throw over to first to get the out.
I mean, that ball was absolutely hammered. And so the way to score that, it's going to be 3-4-1 put out.
Yeah, I got to write it kind of small in the scorebook there.
Yeah, we got so much space. But yeah, that ball was absolutely nuked over there to first base.
So Draven Nushida now at the plate, playing left field tonight. And Nushida batting .269 so far in the season. 7 hits on the season so far, 1 run, 1 RBI. And the first pitch misses for a ball.
Did have a really good night last night, 2 for 4 with a run scored, a single and a double. So Draven very productive last night.
Yeah, Nushida, Ziegler Namo, and Nahaku had good nights. Ground ball over to second base, Stokes right there. This time an easier play for Stokes over to first place for out number 2.
Yeah, just kind of in on the hands a little bit. Again, left on left with that matchup right there. And so, again, tough pitch on the hands. And so all you could really do is kind of spray that over to second base.
Next batter is going to be Mana Laukong for Hawaii. Laukong, now this is a good-sized young man, a 6'6", 245-pound freshman out of Iolani. Hitting from the right side.
One of the heroes on the 2018 Honolulu Little League team.
Oh, my goodness. We got
really
Little League stars all over the place. And in for a strike is that first pitch by Johnson.
Got Laukong, Tsubasa Tomi'i on the 2017 Japan Little League World Series winning team.
And that's right. Good to see those youngins making it to the D1 level. The 0-1 pitch, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second for Hawaii. Next pitch just misses for a ball, 1-1.
I think there's only been like 3 players in the history of baseball that has won a World Series and a Little League World Series.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that is a very small fraternity for sure. The 1-1. That's high and outside, ball 2. Do you know who that could be?
I don't know off the top of my head. I part of me wants to say Jason Varitek was one of them.
Ah, okay. I remember hearing that and thinking there was one kind of a popular name. Mana Laukong at the plate. Next pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2. Count now 2-2. Tino Bethencourt on deck for Hawaii. Laukong being the designated hitter tonight. And his first appearance of this season at the plate. And the pitch just misses inside. Ball 3. So 3-2 the count to the freshman, Laukong.
Excuse me, there's 2. So Sean Burrows. Sean Burrows, who won with Long Beach Little League in 1992 and 1993, and won World Series in 2010 and 2012.
Ooh, all right.
With the San Francisco Giants.
3-2 pitch hit into center field. Going back is Balius over toward his left and gets under it and makes the catch for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down for Hawaii. We go to the top of the third. Still Hawaii with the lead, though, 1-0. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
When pain gets in the way of everyday life, it affects more than how you move. It changes how you show up for your family and your life. At Queens Orthopedics and Spine, patients receive nationally recognized care and advanced treatments to help them recover faster with better outcomes. So you can enjoy morning walks, get back in the game, and move comfortably again. Because at Queens, recovery is about more than healing. It's about getting back to life. Learn more at queens.org/ortho.
I'm Hal.
I'm Jerry.
I'm Kay-Hao.
We got your lumber.
We've got your hardware.
Bring your lumber list.
Email us your list.
Bring me your blueprint.
We've got you covered.
Get a quote from us.
Itajuti listahan nyo kanya.
Get a quote from us.
Get a quote from us.
We've got you covered.
We love our customers.
Go where the contractors go. Hardware Hawaii. Contractor's choice.
University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Brought to you by Fantastic Sam's Cotton Collar.
Welcome back. 1-0 Hawaii. We go to the top of the third inning. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500, presented by Sports and Sporting Goods.
Start your mornings with Wake Up Today. Weekday mornings at 5 on CBS 1500. KHKA AM Honolulu.
Dave Kawada along with Harry Kuroda, easier for me to say. It'll be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters for Ball State here coming up here in the top of the third inning. Hawaii with a 1-0 lead. It's going to be Charlie Keller, Tabor Stokes, and Kendrick Syracuse. I know it sounds like Syracuse, but it's Syracuse. And the spelling very unique. Sorgius. A 6'6", 200-pound junior out of Petersburg, Indiana.
First pitch fastball catching the outside corner for a strike.
0-1, the count to Keller. Next pitch foul toward Hawaii's bullpen, so that'll be out of play. 0-2 now.
That was a tough fastball right there, kind of front hipping the left-handed hitting Keller. And so a bit of an ugly swing and an uncomfortable swing on that 0-1.
So 0-2 quickly as Keller is behind the pitcher Robello for Hawaii. Pitching very well so far in the top of the third. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Third strikeout by Robello, all on just 3 pitches.
And kind of like Isaiah Magdaleno last night. I mean, sometimes you have these at bats down the lineup where you just let that fastball lead and try and see if you can hit it.
Coming up now is Tabor Stokes playing second base tonight, and Stokes getting his first appearance at the plate so far. This has had 4 at-bats, no average so far. First pitch in for a strike.
I did have an 0 for 3 last night, but a lot of Ball State hitters had hanging on an 0 for yesterday.
Yeah, they're wondering like, oh my goodness, could this be another night of this? 0-1 the count with 1 out to Stokes. Pitch fouled off behind toward the back bullpen. 0-2.
And so you got to feel pretty good with Hawaii's two-headed dragon on top of their pitching rotation with Magdaleno and Robello.
And you go back in history, any really solidly good Hawaii team, you had those 2 pitchers kind of solid. Next pitch, was there a check swing? Nope, doesn't count. So the count is a ball. 1-2 the count.
I mean, and that's exactly what you want out of your first 2 guys that can eat innings, save your bullpen, and give your team a chance to win.
And Hawaii with a 1-0 lead, top of the third with 1 out. And the next pitch down and dirty, but doing a good job to stop it is Jake Redding. Count is now even 2-2.
Yeah, Robello kind of just pulling that curveball and yanking it into that left-handed batter's box. Trying to hunt strikeout right there.
So the 2-2 pitch, and that's nub foul hitting the netting right behind home plate. Of course, all the fans that sit behind there are so glad the netting is there. Jake Redding, the catcher, 6'3", 210. Like you mentioned, Harry, great defensive catcher, a good find here for head coach Rich Hale. Next pitch just misses. So the count goes full, 3-2 to Stokes.
An umpire kind of giving the body language that he wanted to ring him up on that fastball, but just missing.
Home plate Travis Roberts giving a little bit of a movement there in the torso. The full count pitch, and that misses outside, ball 4.
And that is the second walk on the evening for Robello.
So runner at first in Stokes, and the 9th batter, Kendrick Syracuse comes to the plate, hitting from the left side. And Syracuse batting .067.
But this is a carbon copy on how the last inning started for Hawaii and Hikili Robelo. Strikeout, walk, double play.
And the runner goes, and the pitch is fouled off. Count is now 0-1 to Syracuse. So taking off on that first pitch was Stokes.
And Ball State probably has a scouting report that, again, because of all of the ground balls that Robelo is able to generate, put that runner in motion and try and stay out of that double play.
So let's see if Stokes gets aggressive again. He's at first. 1 out. And a throw over to first. Oh, and Ben Ziegler-Moore looking at the first base umpire, Rob McKinley, but the runner is safe, although that was a close play there. So still 0-1 the count to Syracuse. The ninth batter on deck, top of the order, Gavin Balius. Robelo throws back to first. Quick throw, back in time easily. Not easily, actually having to slide in there is Stokes.
Ben trying to sell it. I mean, he's doing a pretty good job of it, but still back in safely.
0-1 the count to the batter, Syracuse. Runner at first, 1 out. The pitch, and that's a ball. Count is now 1-1.
Just missing right underneath the hands of Syracuse.
Hawaii catcher Jake Redding keeping an eye there on Stokes over at first as he tried to run on the very first pitch where it was fouled off.
Even count, good time to go here.
1-1 the count. Throw to first. Not in time. Crowd kind of wanting to get that one, but not in time yet. Stokes is safe.
Typically, even counts are going to be your action counts, especially with runner on first.
So 1 eye on Stokes at first. 1 eye on Robelo on the mound. And if you have another eye at the batter. In Syracuse. Throw to first again. Still, Stokes diving back in time. (1-1) the count to Syracuse. Runner at first, 1 out. Hawaii with a 1-0 lead here in the top of the third. The pitch is outside. Looking to see if Stokes was going to throw. Redding was ready to gun it. Not to be. Count is now 2-1.
A scripted pitch out on that 1-1 pitch.
So 2-1 the count to Syracuse. The pitch. That gets the inside corner for a strike, 2-2.
And that's why you're able to do that with that pitch out, right? Is that because Hikili Robelo is such a good strike thrower, able to come back and even the count up to 2-2.
And Robelo looks like he is on tonight from the mound. 2-2 the count. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3.
Taking some velocity off of that curveball right there from Robelo's slider, excuse me.
And a 4th strikeout by Robelo. And we go to the top of the order now in Gavin Balius. Grounded to first in the first inning. Now a 2 outs, runner still at first base in Stokes.
And Balius, a guy that Hawaii has circled on their scouting report. Do not let this guy beat you.
So let's see if Robelo does not let him beat him. And the ground ball into the gap between first and second. It goes into right field for a single.
And that's a tough pitch right there. I mean, Balius doing a really good job. I mean, it was almost a half swing, but just kind of punching it through that 3-4 hole and into right field. That's a good piece of hitting.
He gets it through there, so it pushes Stokes over to second base. Balius at first, and now Ryan Musler batting in the number 2 spot, coming to the plate with runners at first and second, 2 outs. So the first major threat here by Ball State, and a timeout going to be called by Hawaii's Rich Hill to kind of get things in order.
Yeah, just probably going over defensive assignments, trying to slow this game down here. And thankfully, Balius is the trail runner here with runners on first and second, because if he was the lead runner, I mean, I'm sure trying to steal is going to be on his mind.
And we've talked about how sometimes how tough it is to get that third out when you got 2 quick ones.
Yep.
just bearing down as a pitcher, defensively staying with your fundamentals and knowing where to go, but for the pitcher just to bear down and get that third out. And when you throw in runners on base, that kind of adds to the overall mix of getting the challenge of getting that third out.
And usually there's two ways that pitchers go, right? You get 2 quick outs. Some guys will kind of ease off on the gas. And then they'll kind of, then they'll start making some mistake pitches, and that's when they get exposed a little bit. Or guys, they start to race and their heart rate starts to elevate, and then they start to overdo things.
Well, let's see how Rubello handles it with runners at first and second, 2 outs. The pitch way outside, gets Redding a little bit out of his squat. Ball 1 to Ryan Musler, the second batter in the lineup.
Yeah, seems like that breaking ball is evading Hekili Rubello right now, having a hard time locating it on the outside corner.
Not to mention you're hitting the solid part of this lineup. Slow grounder up the middle, but it's going to be a foul ball instead, and it kind of hit the legs of Musler as he kind of limps his way out of the batter's box.
Yeah, right off of that back foot, it seems like.
So he's going to walk it off. But the count now 1-1 to Musler. Oh, and how great a force out at third or second would be if Rubello can get one of his trademark ground balls. 1-1 the count, 2 outs, runners at first and second. Pitch misses inside, ball 2.
Looks like a changeup that they're trying to catch that inside corner with, but drifting a little bit too much into the right-handed hitter.
So Rubello behind, 2-1 count. The pitch, high, ball 3.
Yeah, I think the feel for the off-speed right now is kind of escaping Rubello right now.
So adversity hitting Hekili Rubello for Hawaii right now with a 3-1 count. Runners, 2 runners on, 2 outs. Next pitch, ground ball goes foul right at the third base side. So count goes full, 3-2.
And so runners will be on the move here with 2 outs and a full count. So Rubello really has to buckle down and get his best pitch here.
Crowd getting excited now. 3-2 count, 2 outs. Rubello from the stretch. And the pitch, ground ball to third. Right there's Betancourt, steps on the bag for out number 3. So although Ball State had 2 runners on, they cannot get a run through. And Hawaii still leads it 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the third. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
This UH sports season, stay cool and go green with Malona Ice Cream. Malona's creamy, refreshing bars are the perfect treat for every Bows fan. And now, you can enjoy Malona's new pina colada flavor, available exclusively in Hawaii. Whether you're watching from the stands or cheering from home, beat the heat and treat yourself to Malona. Find your favorite flavors at Costco, Foodland, Safeway, and 7-Eleven stores. Go green and enjoy Malona, the coolest way to cheer on the Bows.
Sports Stand Sporting Goods is Hawaii's best baseball and softball store. At Sports Stand, you'll experience the largest selection of baseball and softball gloves and bats in Hawaii. You know the rules. Quality sporting goods always at a price you can afford. Stop by Sports Stand Sporting Goods in beautiful downtown Waipio, 94-547 Uke'e Street, Suite 303. Or give them a call at 808-676-STAND. That's 808-676-7826. Remember, at Sports Stand, it's not just sporting goods, it's a way of life.
This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Welcome back to Les Murakami Stadium. We're going to the bottom of the third. Hawaii with the lead, 1-0. They scored that run right there in the bottom of the first inning, and have been holding on. And Hawaii pitcher Hekili Rubello pitching a gem so far. They come now on the offensive end here in the bottom of the third inning, and it's going to be the 8-9, and then the top of the order batters for Hawaii, Tino Betancourt, Noah Rodriguez, and then top of the order, Kamana Nahaku.
Yeah, big pitch right there from Rubello on that last out. That's a pitch that was expertly located on the inside corner. And so, again, facing a little bit of adversity. So going to be interesting to see what the adjustments that he makes going out for his 4th inning of work.
Rainbow Warrior Baseball is brought to you by Hawaiian Financial Federal Credit Union for life. So Bethencourt now hitting from the right side. The first pitch, and that slap. Will it stay fair? No, just foul along the right field side. And that was a hard hit ball. If it was fair, it would have been trouble.
Bethencourt looking like he was kind of selling out to go opposite field right there, kind of waiting back on it, kind of pulling his hands close to his body, and was almost successful with extra bases written all over that.
Bethencourt hitting 125 so far on the season. 6'2", 200-pound graduate student out of El Dorado Hills, California. And the 0-1 pitch coming from Johnson. The pitch. And that gets in for a strike. So now Bethencourt behind 0-2. On deck, Noah Rodriguez, the second baseman. Bethencourt playing third base tonight. Got that unassisted out to end the top of the third. The 0-2 pitch. Check swing. Gets in for a strike three. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and an out for the pitcher, Keegan Johnson, for Ball State.
And that was a tough curveball from Johnson, dropping into the hands, and Bethencourt kind of halfway on the swing, but strike 3 anyway.
Noah Rodriguez now will come to the plate for Hawaii, batting in the 9th spot of the order. Also a right-handed hitter.
So going to go platoon here, right-handed hitter. Usually Cody Watanabe is in there for Hawaii at second, but he's a lefty.
And the first pitch into right field, a short fly ball, but coming in is Keller, the right fielder, to make the catch for out number 2.
And credit to Johnson, and through these last 2 innings, really settling down here.
He has 4 pitches. He's got 2 outs. We go to the top of the order, and Kamana Nahaku, who scored the only Hawaii run so far in that first inning after a walk. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the third for Hawaii. Hawaii leading at 1-0. Nahaku at the plate. Waiting the left-handed pitching Johnson. The pitch is low, ball 1.
Hawaii doing a good job of manufacturing that run in that first inning. Scored that run without a hit.
That's such an interesting stat. How'd you score a run in the inning? No hits.
Yeah.
The 1-0 pitch from Keegan Johnson. That's just high, ball 2. 2-0 to Nahaku.
Case in point, look at Hawaii's 2 walk-off wins, which you were able to call. That was a botched sack bunt.
Right.
So winning run without a hit. The Monday game, winning run Sunday, winning run with a wild pitch.
And that's what makes baseball exciting. Next pitch is in for a strike, 2-1.
Don't matter how you win, just make sure you win.
Just win, baby. 2-1 the count now to Nahaku with 2 outs. No runners on. Here in the bottom of the third. The pitch, high fly ball into center field. Balius moving toward his left a little bit. Just before the warning track, makes the catch for out number 3. So Hawaii with a 1-2-3 inning. They will now go to the top of the 4th, but still Hawaii with the lead 1-0. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
This place they call paradise, I call my home. Blessed to be born and raised local ground.
With hotels, condo resorts, and vacation rentals on 5 Hawaiian islands, Castle Resorts and Hotels is a Kama'aina favorite. When you need a place to stay to attend a tournament, family function, or a golf getaway, visit castleresorts.com for special Kama'aina rates.
Hawaii, Hawaii. There ain't no other place like these islands.
Castle Resorts and Hotels. Born in Hawaii, built on hospitality, inspired by aloha.
There ain't no other place like these islands.
Aloha, this is Stan Maiona from Sports Stan. You're listening to University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Back at Les Murakami Stadium, Rainbow Warrior Baseball is brought to you by Wildlife Plumbing and Construction. They solve challenges. Hawaii back on defense here in the top of the 4th inning. leading 1-0. And the pitcher, Hakili Rebello, faced a little bit of adversity there in the third inning, but got out of it. And hopefully he can get back to those 1, 2, 3 innings that he's kind of had the previous 3 innings. It'll be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for Ball State: Brett Griffiths, Jacob Gillis, and Jack Backus.
Yeah, kind of expecting this type of series between both teams. Again, both teams offensively still trying to get going and still trying to catch fire. So yeah, it's right now it's still 1-0 Hawaii.
And Rebello with a pretty decent pitch count so far. See how many innings he can get through as the first pitch here in the top of the 4th inning is in for a strike. 0-1 to Griffiths. Griffiths struck out in the first inning.
Yeah, just to give you a comparison, Hakili Rebello at 43 pitches after 3 innings.
And a ground ball to second base. Rodriguez curling in, throws over the first in time. Out number 1.
And so Isaiah Magdaleno through 3 innings was at 36 pitches. He was a beneficiary of a few sub-10 pitch innings.
Indeed. Jacob Gillis now will be the batter for Ball State. He also struck out in the 2nd inning. Hitting from the right side. Rebello on the mound for Hawaii. 1-0 Hawaii here in the top of the 4th. And it's a foul ball along the first base side. Count 0-1.
And of the, let me do the math right, of the 10 outs that Hakili Rebello was able to get, 4 of them via ground ball, 4 of them via strikeout.
And another ground ball, although it's fouled on the third base side. Count now 0-2. And sometimes as fans, we think about great pitchers as those who get a lot of strikeouts, but then you think of the Greg Maddoxes of the world who just induced ground outs. You know, got the outs. Doesn't matter how you get the out, get those outs. The pitch misses for a ball.
And now there's actually a stat in Major League Baseball called a Maddox, where if you have a complete game that is under, I think it's 75 pitches, that is considered a Maddox.
A Maddox.
Yeah.
That's when you know you're good, when you got something named after you. Next pitch fouled off to the third base side again. Count still holds 1-2 with 1 out. There is getting into a Hall of Fame, no matter what level or where, getting to some Hall of Fame, but then getting something named after you, an action, that is ultimate legacy. Next pitch is low, ball 2. 2-2 the count to Gillis. On deck, Jack Backus, the designated hitter.
Sorry, excuse me. It's 100 pitches.
Still very good.
Very good.
2-2 pitch. Another foul pitch. Still count still remains 2-2. I mean, nowadays with analytics, I mean, you don't even reach 100 pitches sometimes.
Yeah.
The 2-2 pitch here to Gillis from Rebello. The windup and the throw. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Second out here in this inning.
And like Magdaleno, a bully fastball, kind of a fastball right down the middle. Here's my best fastball. See if you can hit it.
And the 5th strikeout by Rebello so far as we are in the top of the 4th. The next batter is Jack Backus. The designated hitter, left-handed hitter, walked in the 2nd inning. One of the few base runners that have gone on base so far. Ground ball just past Rebello towards second base. Curling in is Rodriguez. Throw to first. In. No, he did not get the throw in time. They called him safe over at first base.
And that's going to go in the scorebook as an E3. And that's just a tough break right there.
Indeed, unfortunate, as safe at first is Backus. And the next batter now is Preston Murphy. That's one of those ground balls. It's just slow enough to cause some problems for the infield, just out of the range of Rebello, who could have got it, but just beyond his reach.
Yeah, no doubt.
And the pitch misses, ball one. Excuse me, it's in for a strike. 0-1 the count to Murphy. So runner at first. We have 2 outs here in the top of the fourth. Hawaii up 1-0. Count 0-1 to Murphy. The pitch outside, ball one. 1-1.
Yeah, much better with breaking ball command here in this fourth inning for Robello.
Murphy grounded into a double play in the second inning. And the 1-1, runner at first. The pitch, ground ball foul, third base side. Count now 1-2.
You know, and one of the things that is a bit surprising that it didn't seem that Ball State had a whole lot of swing and miss in their game as far as offensively, but Hawaii racking up those strikeouts, 17 through 12-plus innings.
Yeah, pitching remarkably so far. 1-2 the count.
Excuse me, 19.
19. There we go. Add 2 more. All right. Strike 3 and another one. As Rebello gets Murphy looking for another strikeout, his 6th and the 3rd out of the inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Hawaii still leading it 1-0. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
Lex Brody's Tire Company would like to say thank you very much for supporting UH. Wear your favorite UH gear into Lex Brody's and get an extra 5% off tires, brakes, and most other services on top of LexBrodys.com Super Saver coupons. You're the best fans, and Lex Brody's voted #1 in North America is the best choice for brake repairs and to purchase tires. Please visit LexBrodys.com for additional details and to set an online appointment.
Thank you very
Lex
much.
Brody's Tire Company.
You tackle an endless to-do list every day. It may seem like a thankless job, but you know better. It's the little things that matter most. That's why you'll appreciate the enduring value of the Michelin Defender tire. Designed for doers like you, Michelin's long-lasting tire keeps you on the go longer, so you have one less thing to worry about on your next road trip. Stop in today for miles of uncompromised safety and performance. Visit LexBrodys.com for the best tire value on Oahu. Thank you very much.
Lex Brody's Tire Company.
This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
All right, we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Hawaii still leading it 1-0. Another good pitching outing by Hawaii starting pitcher Hekili Robello. We go to the bottom of the 4th, and it will be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Hawaii. That's Ben Ziegler-Namoa, Elijah Iquez, and Jake Redding.
Yeah, Robello kind of like that famous commercial with Michael Jordan and Mia Hamm. Whatever you can do, I can do better.
Yes.
It's kind of like what Hekili Robello is doing with Isaiah Magdaleno. It's like, I can do that better.
I can take you up. I can get 3 outs in only 7 pitches.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Ball State pitcher Keegan Johnson, like you said last inning, Harry, has kind of bared down a little bit better.
Yeah.
Went on a 1-2-3 inning for the Hawaii batters. Let's see if the 2, 3, and 4 hitters can mount something here for Hawaii. Ziegler-Namoa at the plate.
And so again, very similar situation. Hawaii looking at a 1-0 lead in the 4th inning.
Fouled off. Count now 0-1.
And so if Hawaii wants to try and come away with this W tonight, I think they have to continue to add on to this lead.
Pitch count for Johnson at 42 coming into this with that 1 pitch coming into here at the bottom of the 4th inning. 0-1 the count to Namoa. Hawaii leading it 1-0 here in the bottom of the 4th. Namoa flied out to center in the 1st inning. Next pitch misses for a ball. 1-1 the count.
Yeah, both pitchers for Hawaii. Both have 6 punch outs through 4 innings. Robello has 2 walks, but Magdaleno had only 1 so far through his 4 innings.
The 1-1. That's hit into high, short right field. Keller coming in, but actually going back to second baseman Stokes makes the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, Johnson looking every bit of a Friday night, and the reigning MAC pitcher of the year. Also, D1 Baseball named him the best pitching prospect, or the best prospect out of the MAC. So again, a guy that has a very high ceiling come draft time.
Yeah, good size, left-hander. And now looking at Elijah Iquez at the plate. Iquez, first pitch. And that misses for a ball. Iquez flied out to right field in the first inning. Hitting from the right side. Hawaii with a 1-0 lead, but one out here in the bottom of the fourth. No runners on. Iquez at the plate. Count is 1-0. The pitch. That gets in for a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, so far through the game and a half, Hawaii doing a really good job of limiting swing and miss and strikeouts. Excuse me.
Jake Redding on deck for Hawaii, but Iquez looking at 1-1 count. The pitch inside, ball 2.
Very similar to that first pitch, not missing by a whole lot.
What then could be the factor when you're having both pitchers pitching very well? Obviously, hitters are being challenged. What could be that factor?
It's just who can get that momentum, and it becomes a game of attrition at that point.
Ground ball, and there's a single into right center field for Iquez. He's going to round second. He's going to roll all the way to the fence. He's going to round second, head to third. The throw, it'll be off the mark, not in time. And you called it, Harry. They needed some momentum. Iquez with a triple, sliding head first into third base.
And that is the first triple on the year for Elijah Iquez. And so perfect situation here for Hawaii. You got ducks on a pond with less than 2 outs.
And that extra base hit was brought to you by Hawaii USA Federal Credit Union, proud supporters of University of Hawaii Athletics.
Ball State going to play infield in, trying to cut off a run if they can get a ground ball here.
Jake Redding at the plate. Iquez at third with a triple. Infielders almost on the grass turf infield. The pitch high and inside, ball 1.
Which is kind of interesting because Johnson only getting 2 outs via ground ball. Most of his outs have been fly balls.
1-0 the count to Redding. 1 out. Runner at third is Iquez. The pitch outside, ball 2.
Good take right there from Redding. See that ball is off the plate. And so again, a lot of times when you're in these RBI situations, your eyes get real big. You get out of your approach.
And now Johnson dealing with this adversity at the moment with 1 out. 2-0 the count. Hawaii up 1-0, bottom of the fourth. Next pitch misses, ball 3.
And again, maybe this is one of those intentional, unintentional walks, right? With the left-handed hitting Christian Hoffman on deck. So advantageous matchup there.
Redding awaits the 3-0. Swing fouled off. Count now 3-1.
3-0 green light. That is aggressive play calling right there.
Iquez at third. Hawaii already up 1-0 with 1 out. Hawaii threatening significantly here in the bottom of the fourth. Redding at the plate. 3-1 the count. The pitch does not get it for a ball 4. And now Redding at first, Iquez at third, runners at the corners, and Christian Hoffman coming to the plate.
Hoffman, all he's got to do right now is try and stay out of a double play here. There's going to be a mound visit here.
So Hoffman hit a hard grounder to the first base side in the second inning, and now a meeting at the mound, like you said, is obviously a situation where a lot of things can happen with runner at the corners for Hawaii already up 1-0. And in this pitching challenge here between both teams, you said whichever team is going to be the one to get the momentum. Hawaii has that momentum, and if a run were to score, they will really have a stranglehold on momentum.
Yeah, and especially with the way Keely Rovello has settled down in his bounce back inning in the fourth, and there's going to be some action in the Ball State bullpen.
And Hoffman will come to the plate. Hoffman, the 6'2", 230-pound senior out of Albuquerque, transfer from Oklahoma, hitting from the left side. batting .294 coming into tonight. The pitch, swing and a miss, strike one. Runners at first and third, one out for Hawaii. Hoffman at the plate, leading 1-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. Johnson looks over at first, kicks and delivers. Outside, ball one. 1-1 the count.
And the reliever getting loose for Ball State right now. Well, not really throwing, but just kind of stretching out and moving around. That is Jeremy Jones, a right-hander.
So Jones getting ready in the bullpen. Johnson trying to settle things on the mound at the moment. 1-1 the count, one out. The pitch. And that misses, ball two.
Good at bat so far from Hoffman. Seeing that breaking ball all the way off the plate.
And such a mental element here for pitchers. You see the relief pitcher warming up. You have this offensive adversity by Hawaii, and yet you still got to bear in there. The pitch. And that misses, ball three. And 3-1.
And especially because you're a number one starter for, a pretty good ball club, right, in Ball State. And so a lot of Friday night starters, they take pride in being able to eat some innings here. And so, yeah, critical time here in the early goings.
3-1 the count. Hoffman at the plate, runners at the corners, one out. The pitch. That gets in for a strike on the inside. Count is now full, 3-2.
Hoffman thinking that was ball four.
And also hard to not get frustrated as well.
Yeah.
You want that pitch, you don't get the call. And here comes the next one. Full count. Hoffman. Ground ball foul. Off of his shin, I believe, but he's all right. Count remains full, 3-2. Crowd starting to get into it here. Hoffman with a 3-2 count. Runners at the corners. You got Redding at first. Iquez at third from a triple. One out here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Hawaii up 1-0. The pitch.
Might not be a bad idea to put a Redding in motion here.
Let's see as Johnson kicks and delivers. Another foul ball toward the Ball State bullpen. Count stays 3-2. I'm not sure how good of a runner Redding is.
He is a catcher, but again, you have a struggling, you have a left-handed hitting Draven Nushida behind Hoffman.
The 3-2 pitch, another foul ball up above us and hitting the ceiling.
Right, and so Draven Nushida last night doing a really good job leading off innings, even though he's in the bottom of the zone.
So Nushida on deck. Hoffman at the plate. Redding and Iquez at the corners. Still a 3-2 count. A battle between Hoffman and Johnson on the mound. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike three.
That's a tough breaking ball, and that is a really good pitch there in a full count. Having trust in that breaking ball to get that swing and miss.
So a tough out there for Hawaii. Johnson bearing in, getting that second out. And now Draven Nushida coming to the plate. Nushida hitting from the right side. Grounded to second in the second inning. So two outs now, still runners at the corners for Hawaii.
Yeah, Draven Nushida is hitless against left-handed pitching so far today.
And a swing and a miss on the first pitch. 0-1 the count.
This season, excuse me.
And that's where that pride comes in, right? All right, this one, I'm going to get contact on this one. Nushida at the plate, batting from the left side. The 0-1. Runner going. Redding. And they got Redding not sort of in between first and second. Fake throw by the catcher, Murphy. And then Redding says, all right, you're not going to throw. I'm just going to walk on over.
Yeah, I mean, that play was designed to help draw a throw from the catcher. And so trying to play some mind games there. That's going to go in the book as a stolen base.
The Very entertaining stolen base there by Redding. So he's at second. Next pitch gets away slightly from the catcher Murphy, and diving back into third is Iquez. Everyone's safe.
Yeah, Iquez with a very aggressive secondary lead. Popping off the base, trying to read that ball in the dirt, but good job by the catcher Murphy to keep that in front of him.
But now the count is now 1-2 to Nushida. Runners at second and third, but 2 outs. The pitch. And that's hit up the middle, base hit into center field. Scoring is Iquez. Rounding third is Redding. He will score. And a 2 RBI single for Draven Nishida gives Hawaii an extended lead now, 3-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
A little bit of that broadcaster Bachi right there saying that he is hitless against left-handers so far in 2026, but Draven doing a really good job in staying with that pitch on the outside corner and singling up the middle.
He's like, yes, I can take that stat off of my books now. And the next batter is Mana Laukong, the designated hitter. Still 2 outs, though. Runner at first base is Nushida. The pitch. That misses high, ball 1. And right now, Johnson giving up 2 runs this inning, clearing the bases, and still Nushida at first and Laukong at the plate. Hawaii trying to see if they can even add on here. Want to know the count to Laukong. Fly to center in the 2nd inning. Throw over to first, no problem there. Actually, no throw, just stepping off the mound is Johnson.
Johnson is 67 pitches through 3 2/3 innings of work so far.
Johnson's pitch, and that's going to be high, ball 2.
Laukong looking for his first hit of the season and as a rainbow.
Just a physical presence he brings when he steps into that plate.
Just big. He's just a big human being. Big legs. Big frame.
I mean, that bat looks very small in his hands. The pitch. And that's fouled behind. Count now 2-1.
And credit to Coach Hill, right? I mean, even last week against Wichita State, he said that he's gonna ride the freshman Laukong because he knows that he's just gonna get better as he sees more live pitching. He's just gotta adjust to the speed of the game here at the D1 level.
And so far, so good with a 2-1 count here to Laukong. Runner at first, 2 outs. They're in the bottom of the 4th, excuse me. Runner goes. Throw down to second base. Diving in head first. In time with the steal is Nushida.
And that was heads up base running right there. Stealing off of the first move. Got a breaking ball. And so in there with the stolen base.
And it's always a little more of a challenge to steal off of a left-handed pitcher.
It is.
But Coach Rich Hill knows his runners and says this guy's going to get it. So Nushida now at second after the steal. Next pitch into center field. It'll drop for a base hit. Coming around the score is Nushida for another run by Hawaii, an RBI single for the freshman Mana Laukong. It is now 4-0 Hawaii in the bottom of the 4th.
And what a way to break out of that 0 for 9 for Mana Laukong. Got to feel good for the freshman.
And how critical that stolen base by Nushida, aggressive base running leads to that 4th run and the 3rd run coming in this inning. And the next batter now is Tino Bethencourt with Laukong at first base and still 2 outs.
And now you're going to start getting some throwing out of the Ball State bullpen.
And some accelerated throwing now, I think. And the official taking some time.
And that is number 22, Zach Leduc, the right-hander.
So Johnson just trying to get out of this inning right now with 2 outs. Runner at first. Bethencourt at the plate for Hawaii, and time going to be called.
Yeah, in these kinds of innings, I mean, as a pitcher, you're just trying to survive here and limit damage. And that's 72 pitches. And the catcher, Murphy, is going to go and talk to his left-hander.
And just trying to get more time for their bullpen to warm up and get ready.
And sometimes as a pitcher, like that you know exactly why that catcher is coming out to talk to you, right? And so sometimes it's like, man, somebody's warming up for me right now.
That's what I mean. That mental
Yeah.
element where you see someone is warming up, basically saying, okay, we're going to get ready to replace you soon because you're struggling. Literally telling you you're struggling and you still have runners on the bases. You got to get these outs. As Coach Rich Hill now talking to home plate umpire Travis Roberts.
I think he's trying to make the point that because the catcher came out to talk to the pitcher, that's technically the second mound visit, and so you got to bring in the pitcher.
And now
They're
Travis
gonna get together.
Roberts, is going to talk with first base umpire Rob McKinley.
And with my binoculars, I'm trying to do my best John Boy impression. I'm trying to read some lips right now.
Oh God, I couldn't even if you were in front of me, I probably couldn't figure out what word you're saying.
I am so clueless.
And more pitchers are heading out to the Ball State bullpen. And it might be to get the message there. Guys, I think we're going to have to make a switch right now. So Travis Roberts, the home plate umpire, now voicing and talking over toward the Ball State bench.
Yeah, I think just asking for some clarification with what's going on. They are not going to make a call to the bullpen, I don't think. But base umpires Jeff Clough and Rob McKinley are kind of chatting.
And head coach for Ball State, Rich Maloney, has come out. And now they're going to meet at the mound. Maybe they will make the switch.
Yeah. I don't know if that was just something prompted, because there was that break in the action where that gave the relief pitcher some time to finish getting warmed up.
But indeed, we will have a pitching change. So let's take a timeout, come back, and we'll let you know exactly who's coming to the mound for Ball State. This is Rainbow Warrior Baseball on CBS 1500.
This is Peter Greenberg. You've been there before. Your plane is late. Or worse, canceled. Your hotel just put you in a room with a view of a brick wall and charged you a resort fee to boot. And we're just getting started. Do you love to travel but don't want to be a victim? We've got the answers to your questions. Check out Eye on Travel, Saturday mornings at 7 on CBS 1500, Hawaii's information station.
Whether you served in the Army, Air Force, Navy, or Marine Corps, your stories air right here on CBS Eye on Veterans. I'm Navy veteran Phil Briggs, and each week I'll bring you news and updates on military and veteran issues. From job openings to healthcare to the epic stories we remember from back in the day. It's the only hour on the radio dedicated to our veteran lifestyle. Check it out, CBS Eye on Veterans. Sundays at 5 p.m. on CBS 1500, Hawaii's information station.
This is University of Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Hawaii Baseball on CBS 1500, presented by Sports Stand Sporting Goods.
Start your mornings with Wake Up Today. Weekday mornings at 5 on CBS 1500. KHKA AM Honolulu.
So our new pitcher warming up on the mound now is Zach Leduc. Right-handed pitcher. Leduc with an ERA of 6.75 and an 0-1 record in one appearance so far this season, pitching 1 1/3 innings. So after all of that conversation and Coach Rich Hill saying, hey, that was the second visit by the catcher, it led to the pitching change. So Zach Leduc, right-handed thrower, 6'2", 185-pound senior from Blainville, Canada, and a transfer from Frontier Community College.
Yeah, kind of a matchup guy last year. 19 appearances, 22 2/3 innings pitched.
And Tino Bethencourt at the plate for Hawaii. First pitch is a ball.
And so as expected, they have a guy warming up right on top of Leduc. Another right-hander.
So Leduc, the right-hander, on the mound with a runner at first base in Lau Kong. Throw in. And that misses for a ball 2-0.
Yeah, even at first base, Mana Lau Kong looks humongous.
Yeah, just the guy you want to come out of the bus first.
Yeah.
2-0 the count to Bethencourt. Lau Kong at first. Next pitch misses, ball 3. So quickly, relief pitcher Leduc behind here, 3-0. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th.
Not the ideal start to a relief outing here in the 4th inning.
3-0 pitch with 2 outs, runner on first. The pitch that does not get there across the plate. Almost, but still a ball. So a walk given up to Bethencourt on 4 straight pitches.
Yeah, that 3-0 was the closest one. I mean, those first 3 missing the zone by quite a bit.
So, like you said, not a good start for Leduc. Hawaii now, though, with 2 runners on, first and second. And Noah Rodriguez coming to the plate, hitting in the 9th spot in the lineup.
Getting loose right now in the Ball State bullpen is Joe Lafkis, freshman right-hander.
So the Hawaii offense has really come alive here in this 4th inning with 3 runs coming across. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. Pitch, ground ball, first base side.
And they're going to pinch hit here with Cody Watanabe hitting for Noah Rodriguez.
Oh, Cody Watanabe back here at the plate.
Playing some matchup platoon here. So that's going to be a straight switch.
So Watanabe there with an 0-1 count, and the pitch low, ball 1. Watanabe scoring that walk-off run off of the wild throw after the bunt in the very opening game against Gonzaga. So 1-1 the count, 2 outs, 2 on for Hawaii here in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch low and inside, ball 2.
Yeah, real long arm action that Leduc has. So sometimes when you're real long in the back, sometimes you have that slinging action, but hard to repeat in the strike zone.
And he's behind right now, 2-1. Watanabe as a pinch runner. Throw over to second base. The ball gets away, but Lau Kong is going to stay there at second.
I mean, interesting. They're trying to find every way to find that escape door here in the 4th inning.
As Watanabe is in as a pinch hitter, this in-game adjustment is brought to you by Lex Brody's Tire Company. Wear your University of Hawaii apparel when you visit any Oahu Lex Brody's location and get an additional 5% off your purchase. The pitch, almost hits Watanabe. Gets out of the way, though. Inside pitch for a ball, 3-1.
Somehow that ball, I think, went through Cody Watanabe's legs.
It looked really close.
I know.
My goodness. 3-1 the count to Watanabe. Runners at first and second. The pitch, again, low and inside, ball 4.
And I think that's probably going to be the end of Leduc here.
That's his second walk off of 9 pitches. And that second walk now loads the bases for Hawaii with still 2 outs. If we go to the top of the order, and Kamana Nahaku. And all kind of trouble here for Ball State as their pitching wagon has wheels have fallen off. The pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 1 to Nahaku.
Yeah, Hawaii looking to break this thing open here in the early goings.
Nahaku walked and scored the first run in the top of the first inning, flied out in the 3rd. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 0-1 the count to Nahaku. Next pitch, way outside, ball 1.
It looks like Ball State is going to send a couple more bodies out to their bullpen.
Yeah, anxious moments for Ball State as Hawaii really trying to slam this thing here in this 4th inning. The pitch, another swing and a miss, strike 2.
Mana looking to do all sorts of damage on that swing. It looks like they're going to have an offensive timeout.
And I think Coach Hill sensed that. Coach Rich Hill sensed that and said, look, we just want you to make contact.
Yeah.
We got the bases loaded. Yeah.
Getting a little too big. All we need is something small here.
You can just see the body action of Coach Rich Hill as he was walking to Nahaku, almost literally saying, all right, dude, calm down. Here's what we need to do here.
Yeah, kind of like, hey.
Here's the situation. We don't need you to launch it into the dorms. We just need you to make contact. And now timeout's over. 1-2 the count. 2 outs. Bases are loaded for Hawaii. Nahaku at the plate, hitting from the right side. LeDuc from the stretch, the pitch. And that misses for a ball.
Fastball missing down in the zone. Trying to protect against something elevated.
Count now 2-2. 2-2, bases loaded. The pitch. Way outside, ball 3. So the timeout by Coach Rich Hill and that added patience by Nahaku leads to 2 more balls thrown by LeDuc, and the count goes full here in the bottom of the 4th. Full count, 2 outs, bases loaded.
Now if you're Hawaii, you can really rattle the cage here.
The pitch. And that's going to be a foul ball. Runners were going, obviously. You could feel the anticipation of the crowd on that one.
Yeah, crowd getting up for that right there. Love to see it.
Hawaii leading 4-0, 3 runs scored in this 4th inning. Trying to add more. So full count, bases loaded, 2 outs. The pitch. Misses, ball 4. A run will score based on the walk. Lau Kong comes in from third, and it is now 5-0 Hawaii here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
That is 3 consecutive walks by LeDuc.
And that bullpen can't work any faster.
And it's very interesting. I mean, they don't have anybody. I mean, they have a reliever standing on the mound, but they don't have anybody throwing.
And no visit to the mound yet, since LeDuc has taken to the mound. Bases are still loaded. Ben Ziegler-Namoa at the plate. And the pitch is high. Ball 1, and Ziegler-Namoa is the 10th batter to come to the plate here in the 4th inning.
And not the guy you want to be seeing after last night going big fly. As the winds kind of pick up, blowing left to right.
And so much action with 2 outs. Next pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1.
Ben kind of smiling at himself like, I should have got that one.
Ziegler is flied out in the first to center and a fly out to the second baseman in the 4th. But would Ben like to get an RBI here? 1-1 the count with 2 outs. Bases loaded. The pitch. Slap foul over the bullpen of Hawaii on the left field side. Count now 1-2.
Carbon copy of Kamana's at bat here, getting himself into a 1-2 deficit. Now both guys very good at hanging tough when they're in a deficit.
LeDuc looking in. Desperately trying to get out of this inning. The pitch. And that may have hit. Did it hit? No, it didn't hit Ziegler-Namoa, but very inside pitch for a ball. Evens up 2-2.
Hope Murphy doing a good job of sprawling and keeping that ball in front of him, because if that gets past him, that's all sorts of trouble.
Definitely with bases loaded. Ziegler-Namoa didn't really move from that. He just kind of stood there. Now count 2-2 with 2 outs. Still bases loaded. The pitch. Ground ball, first base side foul. Count stays 2-2.
Again, you just feel like the crowd here at the Les is waiting to erupt.
And if there's a base hit here, they will. 2-2 the count. The pitch with the bases loaded. Fastball misses. Ball 3. Count goes full.
line. Gonna do it all over again here.
And again, just no Mounds visit. It's as if coach is saying to LeDuc, sorry.
Yeah, you got to be the guy.
You're on till the end, buddy. 3-2 pitch. And that's fouled off as the runners were going on that one.
Yeah, I mean, like yesterday, Ball State using 3 arms. So John Chambers going 5, and then Kwasny with 2, and then Murphy with 1. So again, got a lot of innings to cover this weekend.
And the Hawaii offense not done yet. Ziegler Namoa at the plate. Full count, bases loaded, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 4th, the pitch. And that's hit into right field. It's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run will score. Another scores. A 3rd run is going to score as Ziegler Namoa is in with a stand-up RBI double.
And that's the hit that the Hawaii baseball fans were waiting for. I mean, big eruption, and nobody better right there than BZN.
3 more runs score. It is now